Listen.
That part, that's a good one.
It's always nobody.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We just want to
She's going on about the back.
when the news come on, I pause, like it's a wait. And if what happens, it's still out there.
Don't make Fox look bad. I told you. Don't make her look bad.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to bring some more bags out here. Renee, there's a plastic on the outside too. Renee, you're just pushing buckets. You're not even looking for it. Renee, tie that bag. Not break the bar.
whole good looking black. That's it. Mr. Hollywood.
Oh, next. Fabulous. So, prosecutors, they told jurors to prepare to hear about new. Diddy Combs' publicist said he's been staying positive, especially because his family has been here to support him. Well, Rosanna and Kurt, most of us have seen that surveillance video of Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs that surfaced from 2016. So one could say the testimony may be very gut-wrenching and graphic. We'll certainly hear more later, though. But after prosecutors wrapped up their opening statements yesterday, they told jurors to expect to hear about nearly 3 decades of the defendant's crimes and more about his inner circle, too, who allegedly enabled him. We also heard from a publicist who told us that Sean Diddy Combs was feeling optimistic considering his family has been here to support him. Combs' family, including his mother, Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director of security at a Los Angeles hotel when he got a call that a woman was in distress on the 6th floor. That woman was R&B singer and Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors showed jurors the now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging Ventura down the hallway. Flores testified that he recorded the hotel's video of the attack on his cell phone, and prosecutors have maintained that the video is a key piece of evidence. The second witness was a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who testified that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have sex with Ventura while Combs watched and gave instructions, with their first encounter happening in 2012. Phillip told jurors he stopped participating after he saw Combs throw a bottle at Ventura and then drag her by her hair into a bedroom as she screamed, saying he too feared for his own life. As Phillip went into the details, Combs' daughters left the courtroom not once but twice during the most graphic moments. Singer-songwriter Jaguar Wright said she came to support the victims and briefly spoke outside the federal courthouse. Before court finished for the day, the judge reminded those jurors, 8 men and 4 women who will all remain anonymous, to not speak about the case after they left the courtroom. Court expected to resume at 9 o'clock this morning, first with the cross-examination of Phillip and then with Cassie Ventura testifying. For now, we're live here, though, in Lower Manhattan. Kurt and Rosanna, back to you. Getting really good at these live shots now because I've done so many of them. Bro.
What's the next one?
8. We have a minute. Just chill. Shall I get coffee?
Let's try decaf again.
Let's try to keep you up.
With skim, can you do that?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Do you want to skip? But I can only do a splash. I know how light it's like. It's not light. So now what I'm going to investigate. Hold on a sec. Tomorrow's going to have to do all these things with rain. I can't find my dust buster that my mom bought me for Christmas. I gotta find it. It's gotta be in the paused somewhere. I have that little umbrella, but in any wind, it starts to like turn upside down.
Oh.
Somebody bring a strong one for me. You got one? Okay. Let me.
What you gotta do it on?
Splash of non-fat milk. That's a quarter. Should I get? Let me get caramel macchiato.
I watched the guy make that.
Is it magical? What do you want? One cup of honey. Look, it's already on my usuals. I'll just put please.
No wonder it's gonna rain.
My man.
Hi, Briella. Sorry, I didn't realize those guys are cleaning the windows up there. Oh my god, I'd be so scared.
It's gonna rain. Yeah, it's gonna rain.
How are you? I'm good, man. What's going on? Yeah, it's gonna be later on. You get the duration.
All right, good luck.
después del año ya comienzan a... Ya quiere caminar. Eso fue el domingo. Mira qué bonito está.
Oye, qué tranquilo.
La seguridad que tiene. Con él, de protectores. Qué bueno.
Qué bacán que ese chico feo. Oye,
Dejarle de ahí un tipo chiquito, ¿no? No, con el teléfono, sí. Lo que pasa es que los perros no hacen caso. Yo ya digo,
este se aprieta.
ya no se perdió, ¿cierto? Ya no se perdió, ¿no? Mira, ahí van casi sueltos, pero no me van a jalar. Qué bueno, está bonito, está bonito. Pero todos o solo... El garaje está a la vuelta, frente a los frentes, hay un garaje abajo, que cuando está con Telemundo lo metían ahí, pero no, pero para estos no van a entrar, porque el garaje no entra por la tela. bien.
Yeah. Star witness Cassie Ventura expected to take the stand today.
Is this the right side? Right guy?
Oh, for like one of those ear piercing things?
It's a piercing. You can put a coin inside the earlobe.
Morning star witness Cassie Ventura expected to take the stand today. Suspected. Oh, hello.
Thank you.
No problem. Did you call Deepa? I'll call. You want me to call her? I'll call her. I shall call.
Fox 5.
Hey, it's Briella. Can you just send me to Deepu for a second?
Sure.
Thanks.
This photographer is coming back. We talked to her yesterday.
Hey, so they're rolling. Do you need anything from us on our end, or just can go?
Just go.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, bye. Okay, 7:33. We're seated on a panel. After that, prosecutors and defense attorneys completed their opening statements, all before orders on House Sean Diddy Combs. All right. We'll do the intro first. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Good morning. Star witness Cassie Ventura is expected to take the stand today, but a lot happened yesterday. To backtrack for a moment, first, a jury of 8 men and 4 women were seated on a panel. Then, after that, prosecutors and defense attorneys finished their opening statements all before the noon lunch break. And a publicist also updated reporters on how Sean Diddy Combs is feeling about the trial. All right, now we're going to leave space for Assad there, and then VO. 3, 2, 1. Combs' family, including his mother, Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director of security at a Los Angeles hotel when he got a call that a woman was in distress on the 6th floor. That woman was R&B singer and Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors showed jurors the now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging Ventura down the hallway. Flores testified that he recorded the hotel's video of the attack on his cell phone, and prosecutors have maintained that the video is a key piece of evidence. The second witness was a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who testified that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have sex with Ventura, while Combs watched and gave instructions, with their first encounter happening back in 2012. Phillip told jurors he stopped participating after he saw Combs throw a bottle at Ventura and then drag her by her hair into a bedroom as she screamed, saying he too feared for his life. As Phillip went into the details, Combs' daughters left the courtroom twice during the most graphic moments. Singer-songwriter Jaguar Wright said she came to support the victims and briefly spoke outside the federal courthouse. Okay. I'm going to use the first tag because I don't know what the line is going to look like later. Resumes at 9 o'clock this morning. Okay, going to do the tag now. 3, 2, 1. And yesterday, before court finished for the day, the judge reminded 3, 2, 1. And yesterday, before court wrapped up for the day, the judge reminded those jurors to not speak about this case. All of them will remain anonymous throughout the trial. Court resuming at 9 o'clock this morning. Briella Tomasetti, Fox 35. Okay.
Executive Grant is too nice. He's not gonna make a move. Tony, although maybe Tony might say, I give up. I don't understand.
All
I'm
right.
tired of these guys
All right.
walking illegally and
Woohoo! Crazy time.
yeah, me too. I can. Huh? Yeah.
get it. I feel like the only issue is the city, really, to be honest. Here we go. He's back, huh?
Yeah, he's over there. He was online.
Oh, he's just licensed.
He was, I don't know what he is, but he's something.
Professional nut job.
And I heard he had like some balls, some kind of like marbles in a like a sack. So the securities were like, yeah. So they were like, yo. So the question is, what time they start? What time do you think the lawyers show up now? Because sport's 9:30 today.
9:30, then probably. 8:30. I know Roy's off today, so I don't know what's gonna happen.
Who is off?
Roy.
Eddie yesterday was like, keep him away. Eddie was like, I'm telling you, if I did not know this boss, if his boss wasn't my, if his wife wasn't my boss, he would have told him to go a long time ago. Because he's driving you nuts. behind me. He goes, Mark, you know, an apple box like this one? The shit is in the wall, holding up a shelf. Oh no. Brand spanking new. And I mean, I guess because they took the panel off, because they gotten all the place out. Here goes the damn apple. I said, yeah, thank you. Took it out of there. It's like, I got my apple box. But them shits is not cheap. You look at Amazon, it's over $100 for them shits. Yes. Yeah. You know I had one of them shit that freaking disappeared a couple days ago with these guys? Out of my truck. And you just hang it on little things. I would put it on like this thing here to hold it down. This with my throat pushed on his elbow. And they're not cheap. None of that. It's like a choke. Because he was so tight on me, bro. I hit the fire. Huh? Oh, you took it up. Yeah, yes. We're just here to make sure your life goes off without a fight. Just to let you know. So let me tell you something. I hit him so hard yesterday. He jumped out and I said, you're alright. Just remember that. He said, come on. You bought this vehicle. You don't pull up this shit a little jack. So what do you want in the vehicle? It's gotta be gone upstairs and I ain't got a break out. I'm gonna snag your shit somewhere. I'm gonna inch it up. I'm sure he inched them up yesterday. You guys see what's going on? Not so far. Not so far. Occasionally they ask for them, but you know as this trial goes along. Oh, wow. You do better. Wait, it's coming. All right, Mark. Wait till closer to the break. I guarantee a week out from this bad boy. Freddie set up? Tell him. Cassie, she's fine.
Slips from a pistol. Nice. So sad. The 8 men and 4 women were seated on a panel. After that, prosecutors and defense attorneys completed their opening statements. Okie dokes. Next, yay. Kurt and Rosanna, good morning to both of you. And that testimony, from Cassie Ventura could be a gut-wrenching and graphic one, considering she is pregnant right now. And again, that disturbing video replaying in our minds from 2016 that has been aired on so many news outlets and in the media. But for a moment, we can backtrack to yesterday because it was a pretty big day here at court. Things moved rather quickly in the courtroom. First, a jury was seated, 8 men and 4 women. After that, prosecutors and defense attorneys delivered their opening statements. All of that wrapping up before noon. And we also heard from a publicist for Sean Diddy Combs, who explained how he was feeling, saying that he is quite optimistic going into this trial. Combs' family, including his mother, Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, they all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director of security at a Los Angeles hotel when he got a call that a woman was in distress on the 6th floor. That woman was R&B singer and Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors showed jurors the now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging her down the hallway. Flores testified that he recorded the hotel's video of the attack on his cell phone. Prosecutors have maintained that the video is a key piece of evidence. The second witness was a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who testified that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have sex with Ventura while Combs watched and gave instructions, with their first encounter happening back in 2012. Philip told jurors he stopped participating after he saw Combs throw a bottle at Ventura and then drag her by her hair into a bedroom as she screamed, saying he too feared for his life. As Philip went into the details, Combs' daughters left the courtroom twice during the most graphic moments. Singer-songwriter Jaguar Wright said she came to support the victims and briefly spoke outside the federal courthouse. Another thing to note, as people were leaving the courthouse yesterday evening, others were already waiting to snag a spot for today. And over my shoulder right now, the line outside this federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan is still long, all the way down the block. Typically, the doors open momentarily and people start to be allowed in to the courtroom. Again, though, no phones. So the only images we are really getting from inside are sketches from artists. But Kurt and Rosanna, that's the latest. We'll send it back to you. Thank you. Are they letting people in yet? No?
Oh, yeah.
They are, right? It's moving.
Yeah. I go check on that ladder, make sure nobody moves it.
So who's outside right now? Just supporters? Just people standing?
I don't know who those people are over there.
I don't know either.
I'm gonna walk over after this.
I'm not even, maybe I won't mention it in the next tip. All right, I'll just use this intro and tag instead. I feel like a network reporter now. Hi, what's up? Copy. Thank you. Steve and Melissa. Fabulous. All right, we got like 3 minutes, guys.
I mean,
3. 3 whole minutes. Candy question.
I'll look at the
Minute away. I pick up my hangnail here. No picking up nails. The prosecutors wrapped up their opening statements. They told jurors to prepare to hear about nearly 3 decades of defendant's crimes, and this could be also key, learning more about his inner circle, which prosecutors say more about his inner circle, who allegedly enabled him. Diddy Combs' publicist said he's been staying positive, very optimistic, considering his family has been here. What should I eat for breakfast? Good morning, Marissa and Steve. This testimony today from Cassie Ventura could be quite graphic and gut-wrenching, considering she is pregnant right now and will be making her way into the courtroom in just a few hours. Now, after prosecutors wrapped up their opening statements yesterday, they warned jurors that they would hear about nearly 3 decades of the defendant's crimes and also more about his inner circle who allegedly enabled him. We also heard from Diddy Combs' publicist yesterday, who said that he is feeling quite positive and optimistic considering his family is here to support him. Combs' family, including his mother Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director of security at a Los Angeles hotel when he got a call that a woman was in distress on the 6th floor. That woman was R&B singer and Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors showed jurors the now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging her down the hallway. Flores testified that he recorded the hotel's video of the attack on his cell phone, and prosecutors have maintained that the video is a key piece of evidence. The second witness was a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who testified that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have sex with Ventura while Combs watched and gave instructions, with the first encounter happening back in 2012. Phillip told jurors he stopped participating after he saw Combs throw a bottle at Ventura and then drag her by her hair into a bedroom as she screamed, saying he too feared for his life. As Phillip went into the details, Combs' daughters left the courtroom not once but twice during the most graphic moments. Singer-songwriter Jaguar Wright said she came here to support the victims and briefly spoke outside the federal courthouse. And yesterday, before court wrapped up for the day, the judge reminded all of the jurors that they could not speak about the case to anyone. Court resumes at about 9 o'clock this morning, just a little while away from now, with cross-examination of Phillip expected to take place at around 9:30, and then afterwards with Ventura being questioned, testifying, which everybody in the nation is going to be watching. For now, we're live here, though, in Lower Manhattan. Steve and Marissa, back to you. Thank you. All right, one more. You guys have a good shot of the courthouse because they're rolling on this. They're streaming on YouTube. Nobody else came in? Somebody being here in this place? When do they usually get here? After 9, right? You said? I'm sure other people will arrive, but lawyers and family members.
依据提到的不一样。
knows? Wow, somebody's ready to go.
Yeah, long day. But,
you know, this is where they fail with these kind of things. We're keeping the press back.
I know.
It really should. Everybody should be behind barricades and no excuses.
I don't know who is here. He's not going to answer because he's shooting.
I mean, they didn't change Christians in time. There's nowhere around.
So
Your call has been forwarded.
All right. There we go. Yep. Do we know who just arrived? Who just got here?
I will in a second. There's someone over there. The cell phone there saying. I can tell you who arrived already.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I can tell you who's here.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you.
Gloria Aller, she's always there. Here, let's see here. Emma. Diddy's lawyers.
The lawyers. Okay. Got it.
And then I don't know.
Some family members and lawyers, basically.
And then the rest again.
Got it. Thank you. What do you call that? A black SUV?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, Chris.
You want me to push into the crowd?
Sure. Yeah, if you can get them. It'll be so nice, and I don't have to just blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Rosanna and Kurt, good morning to both of you. This could be a very gut-wrenching testimony from Cassie Ventura, who is currently pregnant. But to backtrack into yesterday for a moment, prosecutors told jurors to prepare to hear about nearly 3 decades of the defendant's crimes. And also, they plan to give jurors a look into Sean Diddy Combs' inner circle, who allegedly enabled him. Now, we'll give you a look right now what's going on at the courthouse, because it is 9 o'clock and court is expected to start any moment. We know some attorneys have arrived already, some family members. There is a black SUV right now in front. I'm not sure if you can see, but there is a swarm of media with cameras ready to capture whoever steps out of that vehicle. And that is what it's going to be like during the duration of the whole trial. It's what it was like yesterday when things got underway. But we also heard from Sean Diddy Combs' publicist, who gave us a look into how he's feeling right now. She said he has been staying positive and optimistic, especially because his family has been here to support him. Take a listen. Combs' family, including his mother Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. They will be back today. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director of security at a Los Angeles hotel when he got a call that a woman was in distress on the 6th floor. That woman was R&B singer and Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors showed jurors the now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging her down the hallway. Flores testified that he recorded the hotel's video of the attack on his cell phone, and prosecutors have maintained that the video is a key piece of evidence. The second witness was a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who testified that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have sex with Ventura while Combs watched and gave instructions, with their first encounter happening back in 2012. Phillip told jurors he stopped participating after he saw Combs throw a bottle at Ventura and then drag her by her hair into a bedroom as she screamed, saying he too feared for his life. As Phillip went into the details, Combs' daughters left the courtroom not once but twice during the most graphic moments. Singer-songwriter Jaguar Wright said she came here to support the victims and briefly spoke outside the federal courthouse yesterday.
Clear things up here, fellas.
Dark today, brother. Dark, man. I see you, man. I'm gonna get like you, man. Dark. You got a suit on today, looking sharp. Gold tie? You gotta be Midas to bring out the tie. Gold tie. That's all right, but that's all I gotta do. As long as I ain't in y'all shot, okay.
Is there any message for the alleged victims? Do you still apologise on behalf of your father? Do you believe your father's innocent? Are you still convinced your father's innocent? Do you apologise on behalf of your father? Any message to the alleged victims? Any message to the alleged victims? How are you guys doing this morning?
You just need a knuckle. You just need a knuckle. Understand that. Chris, did I spy Peter Z? You did. Wow. Is he? I thought he was. I thought he owns a shop. I thought he owns a shop now. No, he got rid of it. So he's back doing it. He's shooting now? Instead of shooting, he's shooting. And he still live out in Long Beach? Or?
Oh, of course.
But not in front of me. Not in front of me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, of course.
How are you feeling today? How did you think yesterday went?
I thought it went very well for the prosecution. The defense had a good opening statement.
And Cassie, today, what are you
But
expecting?
it's all about the evidence.
The area clear.
I think she'll do well. I think it'll be emotional.
Area clear. Morning, Gloria. How you feel? Back to it.
Thank you, Gloria. Have a good one.
Gloria.
Wenn sie, dass sie auf dem Rücken schläft.
Folks.
Mrs. Combs, would you apologise on behalf of your son?
Mom, are you
Jana.
still convinced of your son's innocence?
Is there a message for Cassie?
This is it. This is it, bro. This is it. Sharp today, brother. Sharp, man. I see you, man. I'm gonna get like you, man. Sharp.
Yeah, I know.
Long time. Might just be on time. No time. Good. As long as I ain't in y'all shot, okay.
Is there any message for the alleged victims?
Do you
will you
still believe
apologise
that
on
that's
behalf of your
innocent?
father? Do you believe your father's innocent? Do you still
How did you feel hearing that
Do you
testimony
apologise on
yesterday?
behalf of your father? Anything to say?
Do you still believe that your dad's innocent?
Any message to the alleged victims?
So do you still believe that Sean Combs is innocent?
Any message to the alleged victims, sir? Is
Mom,
Sean
do you
Combs
still
innocent?
believe that Sean Combs is
Sean
innocent?
Combs is innocent.
Just watch your feet.
You good?
There we go. And what are they doing with it? They're streaming this on the web? Oh, online. I got you. Okay, thanks. All right.
Ay, Dios mío, mi tía más difícil para usted.
¿Cómo está, señor Phil?
Oh, todo bien, gracias.
Aquí usted sabe.
Sí, subí ahora. Cosa bien.
Yo, what's up, brother? Yep. Yeah, Mom, you can.
I'll grab the bag, so I gotta grab it. I'll open it. Throw him up there. Is he all day? No, bro. Never, bro. Never, bro. Never. Of course you got me. Let me go. I want to bring all my batteries and break, and I don't have power. And what's that? Oh, this fucking guy again?
Standing out there.
Where you set up?
I'm set up behind you. These fucking over here, these things, they fucking take over our spot. Yeah, those guys take over our spot. So I showed Roy yesterday.
You're all sort of robbery on TV. What kind of people are you?
Put the tape there, and they I showed Roy.
What kind of people are you? We all sort of robbery on TV.
So Roy helped me out.
Oh,
And then I showed him.
the cash.
All right, let me get more batteries. Hold on.
We want the diamond tape. We saw the bitch, the cash.
Stay like this. So you're fine there.
We saw the bitch through the robbery. Now he goes to jail. Up, here comes. We saw the bitch through the robbery. The cash. The diamond. The drugs. Fuck him up. Up, here comes M.O. The robber, he goes to jail. Yeah, we all saw it on TV. Think it's the robbery, he goes to jail. Think the robbery, he goes to jail. say something. These girls were begging, please take me. Please take me to Puff Daddy. Sir, please take me. Please take me to Puff Daddy. They're fighting over it. They're fighting over it. Please take me. All sort of robbery. All sort of robbery. You all start taking the cash. Diamond. Don't say about something.
I'm good. We're good. Nope, now we lost it.
Water sample.
Yeah, we're good, man. Thank you.
They're not going to hire anyone. That's the problem. They're not going to hire anyone. Sitting in the lobby of my hotel with a car story. I was only thinking okay. I'm allowed to get
My aunt lives right there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Right behind us on one. The building right behind us on one.
Okay. Yeah, so I was on the beach one. The Hampton Inn. Yeah. Great. I really feel that.
For a couple of years, I was going
Like through the window, I don't know. It didn't matter.
Because my aunt moved from Columbia, the electrical company over there hired her. And my aunt was living in Columbia. They hired her in Columbia and brought her over. They did a job for the house there when he bought the apartment there. He's like, I was running on a long day, line to come out of flight. Come down, I was going over there, driving all over the island, hanging out. I hooked up with some girls. Then I went crazy with the girl and I was flying down every fucking They got me. I might start going down again.
You're talking about it. Like, yo, it's crazy. Over there, so on Easter Sunday, I walked over there. I have seen I'm going to play I'm coming back. He's like, as you see, I have the sunscreen today.
That's the Bronx part 2 from the 80s.
So I'm walking back. No, they didn't. Because they couldn't see. They couldn't see the hair, and they, I guess, didn't, with the shades on, didn't get a good sense of the shot. So I'm just walking past them like, I like wanted to laugh out loud behind out. And then there was this one lady in the hotel. Later that day, asking her, we'd spoken briefly before, and she was from Staten Island. And like, hey, I walked over and understand. She was like, you from all over there.
I took a video. I think I got him with the.
I want to use it.
I did the whole thing. The thing is, it's like
although I do walk around by your home, like that one.
That's the way it is.
Which is right. That's like going into a house phone on a gunfight.
Right.
Without a bulletproof vest.
This is me taking a walk. It took us long for them to drive. There's the airport tower. One of the best places. no Mustang.
Yeah. If I had them to do like kayaking and violin.
Okay.
And then like if I had them to do the video and
Okay.
yeah, and they get them from zip lining, all of that shit.
The one thing, the two things I didn't do that I wanted to mess with, WDCA and I want to show them the trailer. Overrated? How you react?
I don't know. I don't fuck with it. I think they're beautiful, but like I don't. It's dominant, right?
Oh yeah. No. We had a pond turtle.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Oh, okay. No, I love being in the water.
I like being in the water, but
Advice.
I like being in the water, but I'm not the best swimmer. I can openly admit it.
Right, no, that's it.
So like being fresh, all that shit, like I guess
Sharks are one thing. I don't want to fuck with that. But the turtles, like, we had a pond turtle. That's a motor. I also went to Croco Bar. That's okay. This area, it's like in the valley on the beach between
that's
Moro and
I go down there all the time.
No, I know. I sensed that the second I was like,
you don't go down there unless
MPS or a lot of people. Okay, wait a minute. Because I saw it from above, I said, I'm gonna walk and I'm over for taking Spanish.
I forgot the name. Down there, you don't go down.
Oh no, I knew that instantly. The Bronx was like coming out of me in all directions when I saw that. Because I kept walking and I walked into Cassie.
Why am I going to come up on the mind?
La Perla.
Yeah, you don't go down.
Oh, no. I was like looking, I'm like, I ain't even trying to figure
You can see, like, when you look down, there's the basketball court.
Right.
When I was younger, I used to play ball when I was like street ball. And I was it's like balling in the park.
Oh, yeah.
Like West Ward.
Yeah, no, I know what you're
West Ward, Rocker Park, like that type of
That's definitely that. Well, I was there when you closed.
No, yeah, let's just switch everything. That way we all come.
Just to keep this here for yeah.
Yeah, that way. We're rotating.
I keep seeing you doing that.
Because you got the morning crew, the day side. So
Yeah.
But I'm the most handsome out of all of them, okay? So let's
We'll make sure we'll tell the next guy that.
This guy's the most handsome right here. Here goes that, right here. They complain that we switching type of recruitment.
Oh, it's what comes with the number. Yeah.
No, I know. I spoke to her.
They acknowledged Combs may have acted violently or recklessly at times, but argued none of it rose to the level of a federal crime, asserting that the women involved were adults who made personal choices. So we have the prosecution laying out their case, and then we have the defense sort of moving forward with what they're going to try to do, how they're going to try to pick apart this particular case. Yeah. All right. So it is, again, it is Tuesday, the 13th. Lower Manhattan. We are checking out the Diddy trial here. It is 10:31 on this morning. If you were paying attention yesterday, you know that this case got underway after a really lengthy process to figure out who the jury would be. They did get that jury seated. 12 members of the jury, additional alternates who have to be sworn in. Once they were sworn in, we got the opening statements from the prosecutors as well as from the defense. If we can, I just want to sort of lay out a little bit about what the prosecution said here, that they're alleging Sean Combs led 2-decade criminal enterprise, coerced women, including his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, into drug-fueled sex acts. Those were referred to as freak-offs. You've probably heard that term at this point if you've been paying attention to this case. They say that these acts were filmed, used for blackmail. The government framed Combs' music empire as a cover for organized abuse and exploitation. I mean, we need to stop and sort of think about what they're saying there. His music empire as a cover for organized abuse and exploitation. So here we have Sean Combs, who is one of the most influential music figures of the last 30 years, to say the least, from the mid-1990s until maybe a little closer to today. And we know that they're saying that a lot of this was a cover for a criminal organization, which, when you really think about it, is a serious allegation. Their defense Diddy's defense, they claim that all relationships were consensual, and they acknowledge that maybe Combs did have a domestic violence situation here, did act recklessly at times, but they argued none of it rose to the level of federal crimes, asserting that the women involved were adults who made personal choices. So here you have the prosecution laying out their statements. They want to tell a story. They want to lay out this story in a narrative fashion, in a timeline. They're going to present this evidence. They're going to present this video. They're going to present some text messages, witness testimony, and they're going to tell a story. At the same time, the defense, they will have their opportunity to try and pick apart that story and insert their narrative here and there. Things started very, you could call it explosive testimony right off the very beginning. Witness testimony came from a man named Daniel Phillip. He testified that he was hired to engage in sex acts with Cassie while Combs watched and participated. He also recalled seeing Combs assault Cassie in a hotel hallway, an event recorded on surveillance video that was shown to the jury. Now, this is the video that a lot of people have seen at this point, and so it is going to be at the heart of the case, and it is something that was debated about whether or not it could actually be included. Now, the defense said, okay, well, we may acknowledge that there was a domestic incident here, but this domestic incident isn't this federal crime that you're saying, so that's part of what they're already sort of laying out. A man named Israel Flores also testified. Now, he's a former bodyguard who claimed Combs offered him money to keep quiet about that 2016 hotel incident. He said he offered him a stack of cash. And he described a culture of control and fear all surrounding Combs. So if we could talk a little bit about that key evidence, the hotel video. So the jury, they were actually shown that 2016 surveillance video of Combs. That video alleges to show him assaulting Cassie Ventura, the footage, the centerpiece of the prosecution's case. And really they showed it because they want to show it and demonstrate a pattern of abuse and control, sort of setting the scene for what things look like in the courtroom yesterday. Combs' appearance, he entered the court, his hair was graying, and he engaged with his defense team, and he turned around, exchanged smiles with family members who were seated behind him. We know that at some points during the testimony yesterday that his family members sort of became visibly upset. Some of them, his daughters actually had to leave the courtroom because of the sexual acts that were being described involving their father. And so his mother, Diddy's mother, and his 6 children, all present in the courtroom, offering their support despite some of those disturbing allegations. That's just the first day. So again, jury seated, sworn in the morning, opening statements, defense arguments already. Then we heard from these 2 key witnesses. Daniel Phillip, he's the one who testified that he was basically an escort who was hired to perform these lewd sexual acts with Cassie, and Diddy was watching. And then Israel Flores, another individual, former bodyguard, who said that Combs actually offered him money to stay quiet about that video. So those were the 2 initial witnesses. The witness we're expecting to testify today is going to be Cassie Ventura. Cassie is a singer in her own regard, a successful music career, and was also Diddy's girlfriend at the time, now ex-girlfriend. She is the central witness in the prosecution's case. And so what do we think she's going to testify about and testify to? Well, Ventura is expected to testify about her experiences with Combs, including those allegations of physical abuse, coercion, and participation in what the prosecution and what she will likely describe as non-consensual acts. Her testimony, they're going to try to establish a pattern of behavior central to the prosecution's argument that Combs operated this criminal enterprise involving sex trafficking and abuse. There's a lot that sort of goes in this, and I'm just trying to summarize because we're expecting that she will be testifying for not just today, not just for a couple hours, but maybe for 2 or 3, maybe even 4 or 5 days. Keep in mind that she is pregnant. There's some photos that emerged or were shown of her recently, so she's extremely pregnant. And so that will certainly play into her physical appearance in the courtroom and maybe how long she can actually sit on the stand before they have to take a break. So keep that in mind when you start to hear some of the reports coming out. looking back on this, some of her prior legal actions and evidence, November 2023, a critical time here. That's when Ventura filed a lawsuit against Combs alleging rape, sex trafficking, and physical abuse. Understanding was that was settled shortly after, but that's significant because that is when some of these rumors that we were hearing, for years, actually really started to bubble up into something that could become more significant. And that 2016 surveillance video showing Combs allegedly assaulting Ventura in a hotel hallway was sort of first viewed by the public, and was a major headline. At some point, Diddy had to come out and apologize for what happened there. All of that leading up to his eventual arrest. So I'm just sort of checking through a lot of stuff. I know some people have some questions. So if we had anything, it's interesting. The question is how is the video not a crime? And Diddy's team is essentially saying here, we're not saying it's not a crime. We're not saying that that's not domestic violence. We're not saying that that's not, an assault on this individual. But his defense sort of strategy has been that that's not the crime that he's facing. The crime that he's facing is a racketeering charge, a RICO allegation. The crime he's facing has to do with kidnapping, and so that's part of what they're going to be talking about. And so when she testifies, they're not going to shy away from showing that video. They already have. And so what we think is going to happen here, when you're the prosecutor and you're the prosecution, you want the jury to be able to sympathize with your side of the story. Obviously, you're trying to convince them of your case. So what they want is to establish an emotional connection with the jury. And they think Cassie Ventura will be able to do that because her story is so powerful. So prosecutors are going to begin with some foundational questions with her about how Ventura met Combs, the timeline of their relationship, what initially drew her in. They'll likely use kind of like open-ended conversational questions to try and humanize her, making it easier for the jury to kind of identify with her. So that's going to be sort of one of the first steps that we have here. And then one other thing before we maybe get to another question, if there is, we know that they're going to build a chronological narrative. They're going to be looking at a timeline. It's important in all these cases to establish a timeline. When was the first incident alleged to have occurred? And is it something that just sort of happened out of nowhere? Or was it a part of a timeline of events that happened continuously over and over and over and over again? And that's the key part of the prosecution's case. So the questions will follow a timeline from the beginning of the relationship to its decline, emphasizing a pattern of escalating abuse and control. That's what the prosecution is going to say. Step-by-step account reinforcing the idea that the abuse wasn't isolated or accidental, but that it was systemic and calculated. So that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, I mean, the question that we saw is, what about Diddy's apology video? And that's true. Diddy did put out that apology video that came out directly afterward. And so, and sometimes in the news business, it's sometimes hard to, if you're not the one who obtained the video, right? So CNN is the one who initially had that video as their exclusive. And so for a lot of other news outlets, can you verify the authenticity of the video? You have to sort of figure out a way to get your own way of making sure that that is Diddy in the video. Well, then Diddy comes out and he apologizes for the video and the actions that happen in the video. So in some ways, he is acknowledging that that's him in the video, without some reporters having to check in with this and check in with that. I mean, Diddy is acknowledging that that's him in the video. He said he was disgusted with himself and disgusted with what happened there. So that was a significant moment in this entire investigation, because that was one of the first times that Diddy had publicly acknowledged just the wrongdoing involved here. I mean, and keep in mind that at this point for Diddy, it wasn't too long before that video had come out, right around the same time, He was actually given the keys to New York City, in a sort of symbolic gesture because of his influence. He had just opened up a charter school in the city. So this is someone who, of course, is, not just a music icon, but a New York City icon. Him in the East Coast rap music of the time in the early days, and of course his spin-offs for some of the different projects that he did, incredibly influential over the course of time. And so when he comes out and puts that video to apologize for what happened, maybe he was hoping he could get ahead of it, put a lid on it, and it would end there. Turns out that was just part of the escalation before the FBI and everyone else raided his house, took away all that evidence, the boxes of evidence that they took from his homes in Florida and Los Angeles, or Florida and California, and now here we are at this moment where we are right now. So okay, so let's keep moving forward with some of what else we expect will be happening today. Big moment will be Cassie Ventura testifying. So in addition to establishing an emotional connection with the jury, trying to build this chronological narrative of when things happened, how they happened, who was there, we also may see the introduction of certain kind of language in a way. Maybe they're going to ask her to describe situations where the key words that you want to listen for in the reporting are words like forced, afraid, no choice, controlled, manipulated. Manipulated, controlled, no choice, afraid, forced. Keep in mind those words when you start to hear some of the reporting coming out, because those are keywords to establish kidnapping in some of the different sex acts that are accused here, and they'll likely avoid sort of like the legalistic phrasing of it. The way that it may be noted in the actual indictment itself, but just sort of the everyday way you might describe it. Were you afraid? Did you feel like you could leave? Did you feel like you were allowed to do certain things? No, you were being controlled. Okay, that's manipulated. Okay, so that's kind of where we're going to see it there. And then, of course, they're going to want her to detail specific incidents with supporting evidence. So they're going to really anchor her testimony to key events already introduced in court. That video, 2016, the freak-offs, orchestrated sexual encounters, bolstered by some other witness testimony. So we heard on that first day the individual Daniel Phillip who testified about those sex acts. Yes, here we go. And that's a good point. Why did Cassie not take him to court? Not sue him sooner. So that's a good point, because that's something that I wanted to get to here, because the defense will, of course, they'll have their chance to respond, and so after the prosecution will lay out their case, the prosecution wants the jury to take away a couple key factors. That Cassie Ventura didn't consent, she complied out of fear. Sean Combs wasn't just a bad partner, he was manipulative and abusive, an orchestrator of criminal operation. This was not a broken relationship, it was about power, profit, and exploitation. That's what the prosecution wants to get across. So what does the defense want to get across on their side? Well, they want to undermine her credibility. So likely they'll highlight the settlement in 2023, the civil suit. And they'll imply that there was financial motive involved there. No doubt about it. They're going to bring that up. They're going to talk about that. They're going to ask how much was involved. Probably along the way, there's going to be a lot of objections from the prosecution, but the defense is really going to press forward with that case. They're going to suggest inconsistencies between her lawsuit, interviews, and her current testimony. So, when you have those lawsuits, depending on how far it got, you'll have a deposition, and a deposition is where you'll have sworn or said something under oath, and so you have that record. That record will be there. The attorneys for the defense will have that there, and they will likely introduce that into evidence. So then when she testifies in court today, tomorrow, the next day, if there's an inconsistency between what she testified to during the deposition of her civil suit, between what she's talking about today in her criminal suit, they're going to point out those discrepancies. And maybe it was a mistake, maybe it's something else, but if they can make enough of that, maybe it sways a juror, maybe it influences a juror to think, well, what's really going on here? They're also likely going to, the defense will likely, I hope that kind of answers the question, a little bit there. Anything else we want to kind of hit on there? I got another key point I was going to try to test out. And of course, I mean, if you're a defense attorney and you have a situation like this, which is so sensitive and so unique in a sense, given who Diddy is, who Cassie is, and the nature of their high-profile relationship. I mean, this isn't just sort of like a boyfriend and girlfriend. These were people who were photographed every time they went outside. And so the defense is also going to try to reframe their relationship as consensual. They're going to ask about instances where she stayed with Combs voluntarily. Maybe they went on a vacation. Maybe she got a gift. Maybe they were in a public appearance together. And so they're going to be able to cite these examples without a doubt. If that did happen, there's going to be receipts of a vacation that was maybe taken, a gift that was given, and certainly if an alleged incident is supposed to have happened on this date and 2 months later there's a public appearance together, the defense will say, well, this is a consensual relationship. You weren't forced to stay there. And they're going to suggest that there was coaching or manipulation maybe by the prosecution. Did you meet with the prosecutors before? Have you had a chance to do this? Have you had a chance to do that? Those kind of questions always come up. And then the question, how long she waited to report. So float the idea that her story had been shaped or encouraged by outside influences. So whether it's true or not, that's what they're going to do. And really part of what they're going to do, and it's a very sensitive situation when you have someone who's the victim of domestic violence, who really by both sides, nobody is not arguing that Cassie in that video wasn't the victim of domestic violence. I mean, even Diddy acknowledged it. But they're going to try to paint Diddy as a victim here. That he's the alleged incidents where Combs was harmed or controlled by Ventura. They're going to try to flip the script a little bit. And they're going to suggest that the dynamic was mutual and not one-sided. They're going to try to downplay those freak-offs. They're going to say, look, maybe that's not what you're into. Maybe you're not in a position to have something like that, but that doesn't make it a crime. So that's certainly going to be part of what they say. Emphasize her age, the lifestyle that they live together, and they're going to say she was a willing participant in everything that happened. So the prosecution, they're going to try to make this connection. The defense is going to try to pick it apart. The prosecution's goal is to show that she complied out of fear and that this was power, this was profit, this was exploitation. At the same time, the defense is going to try to plant reasonable doubt about the non-consensual nature of the relationship without appearing to attack her character too aggressively, which could alienate the jury. Very fine line between attacking the character of a potential domestic violence victim and trying to point out inconsistencies in her stories, where maybe what she said in the deposition is different than what she is now testifying to in court. So those are some of the things that you really want to keep your eye on as you're watching some of the developments that come out today. So I just want to sort of reset the scene. It's 10:50. We know that the judge has said he's likely to approve media requests to view videos described as pornographic, which will be shown to the jury. He's giving both sides another day to submit arguments, aiming to balance privacy with public access to the trial. Okay, so what does that mean? A lot of times, the defense and the prosecutors will present different pieces of evidence to the judge while the jury is not in the box, and while the things that the jury is not allowed to hear, because they're not sure if it's going to be part of the case or not. They're not sure if this piece of evidence is going to be entered into testimony. There may be a video that the prosecutor wants to show that the defense is going to say, well, we didn't get a chance to view this video and authenticate that it's real yet, So you can't introduce this. And the prosecutor might make an argument. The judge is going to listen to that argument, and then the judge is going to decide one way or the other if that's going to be entered into evidence. That'll happen when the jury is not there. If it is entered into evidence, then what the judge is also saying is that at some point, maybe even soon, the day of the different testimony, that the public, you, me, the media, TV, all the web sleuths out there, everyone commenting on our YouTube page, and thank you for watching our YouTube page, you'll be able to see it too, analyze some of this stuff for yourself. So the headline, of course, that Cassie Ventura, who is Diddy's ex-girlfriend, really at the heart of the prosecution's case here, she is expected to testify today and potentially over the next few days. And it's that surveillance video that the jury did see yesterday on the first day of this trial that will be at the heart of some of what she testifies to. That's a good question. Will they end early? Have you ever had a good government job? I'm not saying that they end early, but a lot of times they do stick to a very strict schedule. Usually there's a break in the morning. They're not going to work. They usually don't work from 8:30 to noon. There's usually like a 15 to 20 minute break that's worked in there. And in this case, this is a lot of heavy information. There might be 2 breaks. So sometimes they need to take these breaks because like you were discussing there, they do need to talk about what will or will not be entered into evidence. So a lot of it really depends on when they can get Cassie on the stand. I don't believe that she started testifying at this point. I'm not sure if she's even in the building yet. I haven't seen those photos. But if she's able to take the stand after lunch, maybe in the 1 o'clock, 1:30 range, then yes, they probably will go until about 4 o'clock, maybe 4:30. Usually that's when court lets out. But if it's like 3:30 and she hasn't taken the stand yet, it's possible it might not happen today. They're saying that this case could take 6 to 8 weeks. And it's because a lot of this is there's so many details involved. There's so many text messages. There's so many little pieces of video, little evidence here, evidence there. And some of the things that they don't always agree on, that before they can move forward, the judge has to make a decision. So there haven't been any huge decisions yet from the judge. Biggest one that's come so far is who's going to be on the jury. And after they got that all sorted out yesterday, got things rolling today. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yesterday, one of the first witnesses to testify is a man named Daniel Phillip. So initially, when a witness like him testifies, the prosecution will ask the questions. So the prosecution goes first, and so they're going to lay out this initial timeline. What did you do? What were you doing back in 16? How did you know Diddy? How did you come in contact with him? And then after you did, was there ever a time that you did X? And what he testified to is that he was hired to engage in sexual acts with Cassie. And so that is a critical piece of information. Okay, good. So 10:56. It is May 13th, and we are on the second day of the Diddy trial. And so the update that we just got here, like literally just into the newsroom, is that the judge has called for a 10-minute break, and that will be prior to Cassie's testimony. So in open court, a lawyer for Combs asked that Cassie's husband not be allowed in the courtroom while she testifies because he might be called as a witness. So in other words, they're going to ask her current husband not to sit in the courtroom while she testifies, which is difficult, because they want to be able to ask them individually. So he doesn't hear what she says. She is not going to hear what he says. Of course, she's going to go first. All right, so that was the update that we just got a few minutes ago, that it looks like Cassie will be testifying probably in the next 10 minutes. And you might be saying, well, where can I watch it? Why can't I watch it? Federal court, no cameras are allowed inside. That's why we get those sketches. So there are reporters who are inside. There is an overflow room, which does have members of the public. So believe it or not, if you did want to go to the trial, you essentially have to get there today to try and get in for tomorrow. But there is an overflow room. There are media members there, and some of the pool updates are coming from out of there. So here's what's going to happen. Cassie is going to testify. The prosecution will be asking her those questions first. What will the prosecution try to do? They're going to establish an emotional connection with the jury. They want the jury to believe Cassie. They want the jury to believe that this is a woman who's the victim of domestic violence, who's at the center of this criminal enterprise that Diddy was orchestrating. And the prosecution needs her to be believable. And so they're going to establish a timeline. When did she know Diddy? How did she meet Diddy? What was the status of their relationship? What initially drew her to Diddy? She might say, she might say that she was attracted to him, that she enjoyed his presence. She thought, maybe try to humanize him in some ways, or at least make their relationship seem believable. And they're probably going to use open-ended questions to try to humanize her, making it like easier for jurors to empathize with her. This is a jury, 12 men, 12 women. They've never met Cassie before. Likely have maybe not familiar with her music, or even the sort of history of this case. That's why they're on the jury here. But the prosecution also wants to build this chronological narrative. So they're going to question from the beginning of the relationship to its decline. And what they want to establish is that there was a pattern of escalating abuse and control. So really a step-by-step account reinforcing the idea that this was not an isolated incident, this was not an accident, this was systemic, and this was calculated. That's what the prosecution really needs to lay out here. And I talked about it before, so I apologize if you were listening before and I'm repeating myself, but I think that maybe not early on here, but certainly toward the end of her testimony today, it's going to be words, some of the key words that you're going to want to listen to. Forced, afraid, no choice, controlled, manipulated. Manipulated, controlled, no choice, afraid, and forced. They're going to want to show that there was a power imbalance, that there was no consent. And so they're going to use, those words will be the ones that will sort of anchor her testimony. And they want to link it to key events. There's going to be the video, the 2016 video footage of her being the victim of domestic violence in that hotel. Pretty much nobody disagrees that that incident wasn't a domestic violent incident. Diddy's attorneys will say, well, that's not the crime that, if you want to charge him with that crime, go ahead and charge him with that crime. But that's not what this is. This is a federal case. You guys are saying he's like a mob boss. And they're saying you guys are overreaching here. But anyway, so Cassie's testimony is going to be directly linked to really the key elements in this case. The hotel incident, the freak-offs, where these orchestrated encounters that are also bolstered by some of the other witness testimonies. There's going to be allegations of drugging and allegations of threats. And the prosecutors are going to use all kinds of evidence. There's going to be texts, there's going to be photos, there's going to be videos, all of it to sort of corroborate and reinforce the timeline. And okay, so the question was, can Cassie's husband be in the courtroom while she's testifying? One of the attorneys, the defense attorneys, did not want him to be in the courtroom. And so they argued about that, and the judge has just said that he is allowed to be in the courtroom. So he will be inside. Possibly that he will be called as a witness later on in the case, so they didn't want him in there while she was testifying. However, her testimony is so important that that they're going to allow that to go forward without sort of tripping up anything else. Yeah, and we know that look, Cassie it's a difficult position for anybody, and certainly for someone who's the victim of domestic violence, and now she is pregnant with a new husband, and this is talking about essentially her ex-boyfriend, and when you make it that simple. So here we have Cassie, who I don't know how many months pregnant she is, but she looks like she's at least 8 months pregnant, very much showing, very much pregnant. And our understanding is that there are going to be a little bit of restrictions where she may not have to sit on the stand for hours and hours and hours on end, that she will be allowed to be given breaks, maybe after 90 minutes or so, maybe even less, depending on what's happening. This is going to be the beginning of maybe 3 or 4 days of testimony when it comes to Cassie, and so one of the things that we also expect to come up will be the 2023 civil lawsuit that she settled. Prosecutors are going to try to carefully frame it as a first step in coming forward, not a cash grab. The defense will almost certainly argue the opposite. That it was an attempt to get money, it was an attempt to do this, and that here we are today. They may ask Ventura, prosecutors will, because they know the defense is going to make a big deal out of this. They're probably going to ask why she initially filed that case and what made her participate in the criminal investigation. So right now, we know that Cassie has taken the stand, and it's likely to be the beginning of maybe 2 or 3 or even 4 days of testimony for Cassie. And prosecutors are going to try to get ahead of the defense's claims of consent, financial motive, because they need the jury to believe Cassie. They need Cassie to really spell out and be the heart of this case. They're going to ask her if she feared coming forward before now. Before that civil lawsuit in 2023. They're going to ask her if she was afraid for her life. And they're going to highlight the power differential and potentially the isolation during the relationship. That's what they're going to say. And they're going to emphasize her reluctance and emotional toll rather than anger or revenge. Now, that'll all happen through the course of it. Maybe not right at first. At first, they're really going to just basically ask some foundational questions. How she knew Diddy, where they met, so on and so forth. It's going to be emotional. By the end of today, without a doubt, we're going to have several new headlines, things maybe we didn't know. We have sort of a broad scope, a broad painting of what the allegations are in the indictment. But really, once somebody starts testifying, you're going to get more the details, right down to the very specific allegations, very specific incidents. And if it's emotional, she may be holding back tears. She may not. The prosecution sort of may break it into parts too, giving her moments to pause, to regain her composure. And really, they need to keep a compassionate tone. They might repeat or rephrase questions, object quickly if the defense gets too aggressive in cross-examination. The way it works, the prosecution will go first, and it's going to take a while. So the prosecution is going to be talking to her for a while, maybe several hours, maybe a day, maybe 2, before the defense then has its opportunity to ask, to address some of the different issues. So you're going to hear a lot from the prosecution at first on this. And again, it's to underscore the pattern, not just the person. Ventura is not only the alleged victim, they're going to say, but that her testimony will be framed as part of a larger criminal enterprise, helping the jury see her experience as a representative example of the broader abuse the prosecution is alleging. That's why her testimony is so important. All right, so yeah, I think we brought you as close to up to date as we can. That's what I. Yeah, the question is, why didn't Cassie leave? She was a part of Diddy's life, and he was a part of her life for a long time. And that's something that the prosecution is going to have to address. And they are going to have to make it clear from the prosecution side that she felt like she couldn't leave, that she felt like if she left, she was going to be subjected to violence. And so that's going to be what they need the jury to come away with. But the defense wants to undermine that credibility. As you rightly point out, some of this stuff happened years and years ago, and the civil suit wasn't settled in 2023. So the defense is going to imply that there was a financial motive. They're going to suggest there are inconsistencies between her deposition and whatever she testifies to today, because when you give a deposition, there's going to be hours of testimony that will already have been recorded as a part of the civil suit. And if there's anything in there that doesn't line up with the testimony that happens in criminal court, the defense is going to make a big deal out of that. So you can be sure that Diddy's defense team, you know, they're a high-profile team, so they have scoured every detail of what she has said previously in that civil lawsuit. And if she breaks from that at all during the prosecution's testimony or when they get a chance to cross-examine her, they're going to make a big deal out of that. And so some of that may be, why didn't you leave before? If her reasons were different in the deposition than what they are today, defense is going to hark on that, and they're going to say, look, this is casting doubt on her story. And so if her story is doubtful, the whole case is going to fall apart. That's how crucial this is. So, you know, they're going to highlight that 2023 civil lawsuit. The defense will eventually, when it's their turn, suggesting those inconsistencies. And they're going to ask, why did you stay with Diddy? You know, did you take vacations? Did you accept gifts? Was there jewelry? Was there this? Was there that? There are public appearances. There's photos of you at this event, at that event, and you're saying that this happened. You're saying that this happened then, and yet you're still with him here. Those are easily going to be some of the highlights that the defense is going to talk about there, and maybe float the idea that her story has been shaped or encouraged by outside influences, and they're really going to question how long she waited to report. So just to update, kind of the bottom of the screen there, I think you can see it, is the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. High stakes testimony today. That is where Cassie, as we speak right now, is on the stand. I'm expecting that we will have an update about what she is saying, likely within the hour or so. So we're going to check off for now, and we're going to have an update on Good Day. I should not say Good Day. We're going to have an update here on the YouTube live channel whenever we get it, and also the noon show, which starts about 50 minutes from now. Hope to see you then, and maybe we'll check back in with you tomorrow. Good luck, guys.
on their ass. And I'm inside my they sit up here sad, trying to discover, I asked her about the goddamn people, she got dragged, she said all this stuff, and she got to take 3 breaths in the first 5 minutes. And then the bitch started telling me to shush. I said, if I had nuts, something. With all due respect, and left.
delivered. So we do.
They're doing it voluntarily.
Staying away from the kids. I don't even know like those people. Like I don't know what that was. I have to give him a kind of trial and waiting. Yes. Other guy. Let's see how it do. All right. instead of a 1903.
we have to turn our phones in.
I'll be in touch.
From there to there. Yeah, but it used to work in the rain. It's got holes now. I have better. I didn't bring it out yet because I knew we weren't getting things out.
Hot off the press, the news. Right.
Oh, public entrance is that way.
How we doing, guys?
Frank's here. All right, so you all back up and running?
I wouldn't say sophisticated. I would say arcane. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's.
Is it the fifth estate press? Yeah. It's back in the caveman days. That's the sixth estate.
Thank you very much.
I got it.
another good one. That's a good one. I like that. If they're wanting to be on camera, yeah, it's erectile putting on erectile. They're out of there so fast. Where do you see that? Yeah. Yeah. I used to use Storm Tracker, but now they want you to pay and they stop the predictability. They cut you off at now. They show you before up to
come c'hai di doni?
Yeah. Hey?
Shoot me a text if you want me to grab you anything. All right, peace. Hey, Alex.
Right. Oh, Mel said she wants to do lunch on Thursday.
Yes.
We're gonna have to do another umbrella. Where's my guy? I'm grabbing an emergency sandwich.
I gotta find my guy.
This is late for lunch, right? 12:30? No, I guess not. I guess we can do that. Yeah. There are people voluntarily here. Many people voluntarily here. I don't understand that. We have Newspath here, local here, national, and we're full. How come we don't have a truck here to support that community? No? Does that make sense? No?
I just happened to look in the lobby, there they are. I didn't look in there. I just came in. I want this shit listed. The other one? There we go. Is it just one?
So it's not going to go.
Hey, Bob.
got it. Thanks very much. Yeah.
I'll walk through the aisle.
What is this like for you?
I see you, Diddy. I see you, Diddy.
Any comment from his family? Any comment from the family?
This is live.
What is it like to see
Kids, keep your head up. Keep your head up.
What is it like to see him in court?
Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. It's hard, I'm sure.
Yeah.
children, the twins was there, Just was there. Everybody was there. This is their sprinter. They leaving now. So that was the family. Tap it up, tap it up, tap it up. This is live footage, yes.
That's it.
That guy, there is a picture. Where is she? Believe me, I get on the train. Yeah, but that's not open. That's park. I've been in the freaking man. Really nice.
Yeah?
So it is. There's no trouble. You like because she's going to be here for 2 months.
No, really? Later on.
Richie. Rich. You got E again.
Like that. Black red headband. He's back.
Girl got cooking up the list of this food. It's all good, man. All good, man. When you facing the case, you gonna hope to say about yours. Don't worry about it. You ain't gonna be innocent for that. You are innocent. There you go.
We are live. We are live. We are live in the federal building. This is Sean Combs trial. We are live. The whole family is coming out. Like comment, so we are not the judges. We cannot judge. Let's be clear. We cannot judge. We the only people that judge our own people. Here we go. Like, comment, and share. Like, comment, and share. Ain't no brand behind us. Okay. Let's be very clear. I used to work there, yes sir.
I've been there too much. I'm not telling you nothing from the other side of the fence.
I'm just saying.
From the other side of the door. That side of the door, you can't tell me a motherfucking thing.
I understand. No problem. We ain't got no beef. We good. We good. Keep your head up. 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 Miss Combs, keep your head up. Miss Combs, keep your head up. Girls, keep your head up.
Does Mr. Combs have any sympathy for Miss Ventura?
Girls, keep your head up.
Y'all should be wearing
Keep your head up. Girls, keep your head up. Live.
Does Mr. Combs have any sympathy for Cassie Ventura?
Diddy. Twin. Just keep your head up. family keep your head up? That was loud. You had your family.
No white, no. Everything white is dark and dark. Even the snow.
Real time, Lord.
That's all they did is a fashion show, because we all know that he's walking up out of here free man. We're going to see what them badges are worth. The badges ain't worth the metal that you ordered them from China on. Everything that these white boys got on is from China. Your badge, your bulletproof vest, everything came from China except the guns. The guns, you know, those are made in Idaho. West Virginia.
Okay, no.
We got a problem, white boy.
Really talking to you.
I am public enemy #1. And there ain't no #2. Unless it's Diddy. I'm the gorilla. He the Diddy Combs.
Better off without it. Ready, have it. Hey, get out of here. That's no stress.
Did you guys build your own wall?
Train
He's sitting on the bench. See that squirrel come across the street?
Chunks versus one chunks was two chunks. Yeah, the other one. But they were both good. I was glad to mix it up. If I hit the one by on top of my camera, then I can dial in intensity and colors, all of that. A brick will do it. But it's also waterproof. Water resistant. I don't know if it's waterproof, but it's, yeah, it's not good. My Stellas are waterproof. Literally. Yes. Yes. But I wouldn't use that on camera either. Yeah, it's a little too much. Like even dialed down at slowest, it's too much. The brick you can dial down to, just a There's motion at your goose head. There's going to be something there. Dog loose.
His real life must have like broke down or something. Like the day of, or like that had to be so top heavy also.
There's nothing heavy about that.
Like pre-COVID. And the new one came in the mail last week, but I had to like download the piece and I moved it like I did it by yourself.
Tonight. Bring it tomorrow. Yes. I did it. Bring it with you tomorrow. This battery on my new phone all day. That's why I'm saying bring it here.
Yeah. Did you guys have to like hook up your CVS?
I only did it for the first time, so I didn't know what No. It's got a filter.
Set up a
I'd rather be there than here too. There's a lot of places I'd rather be there. Why does everybody say that? You woke me up. I didn't woke my ass up. I was asleep. Do you know what that says? That says that I'm smart. That's what that says. However you want to interpret it, it says I'm smart. That's what it says. That's why I have to sleep when I get here, because in order to get this, I'm going in the middle of the night. Good. Well, but then you have to sit and listen to it. Yeah. And then I'm going to be playing for an hour after also.
really?
what do you want to do? I mean, I feel like you got to draw a line in the sand for her and say the way you're speaking to me is unacceptable. I don't deserve this. I didn't do anything to you to warrant it. Okay, that, yeah. I mean, I got to tell you, I really. Yeah. You suck? What do you mean you didn't hear it? So how do you know she said it? Well, that's good. That is only that. That's good that she owned that. Yeah, and that's worth. That's. I don't think it's a threat about the horse. I mean, I think that's just a reality. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Mhm. Yeah. My feeling is they're not allowing each other to make that the permission of the other one. It's just that it's that simple. The same. Yeah. Okay. We're not. We are not. Yeah. They're not being reasonable. I don't know. I reached out to Sydney and had a little text conversation with her, or Sydney reached out to me when I was about to reach out to her, and then she texted something to me, and she said, I'm not feeding her. I said, okay, no problem. I will feed Roxy when I get home sometime after 8 o'clock, and she can just suffer. And she wrote, Dad, I mean, what do you want from me? Like, if you're not going to feed her? Yeah. They're feeling a little entitled and just like on keeping score, and sometimes one does more than the other. That's it. Yeah. We can We can do it. We can do it on FaceTime if I need to. Okay. So you can ask her what. Yeah. You did hear from me? Where is she? Are you talking to me? I think you said you did hear it. Oh, super. It's going. It's going. We're here.
Okay. Are you repeating any of the reports and what's, I don't think I'm going to anymore,
Oh,
of what's happening in there?
about Diddy?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. That's not a single thing. I don't have to give a shit.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Alright, so keep in touch.
Turn straight. Why?
many work phones do you have? 2? So you're on your second? Do they approach you or do you approach them? Yeah.
Yeah, one's like said something.
Uh-huh.
And then the last one I fell on it.
All right.
We're gonna get some heavy stuff. Yeah, I'll let you know. This goes here.
What you guys covering?
Diddy.
Diddy?
Diddy file.
Guys, do you think 5 p.m. going home?
I think so, but for me, no, 6:15, 6:30.
Yeah.
It was basically like.
you're big.
No, I'm going to grab my like the case for this for the rain because it's going to
Yeah.
rain. It's going to rain all night.
I need everything. Is it okay?
Good idea. Good luck. me one more question. The drones which India used against Pakistan were Israeli-made drones. President Trump, one initiative that has been globally recognized and talked about is his Abraham Accord idea. Do you think this landing of Israeli drones in Pakistan would create hurdles in the president's vision, his whole thought about this Abraham Accord where he wants to bring these three religions close to each other? These Israeli drones will further complicate the relations between Pakistan and Israel or not?
Well, I'll reiterate what we are focused on here and happy to see as a ceasefire. We want to see direct communication between the parties. And when it comes to, again, solving conflicts that have existed in regions around the world, the president wants to solve those conflicts when he can. He's often said that he stands ready to aid in the pursuit of peace. He stands ready to help. And the president is a deal maker. He is a peacemaker. He has shown that again and again. And we're seeing the results of that from the past 100 days and even just this last week. So the president's a deal maker. He's a peacemaker, but nothing to comment further beyond that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. I want to follow up on Syria. President Trump, in addition to lifting the sanctions, also said that he wants to create a fresh start with Syria. I wonder, what does this mean for the U.S.-Syria relations going forward? Does this move indicate a broader policy shift towards full normalization? I also wonder, President Trump also said today that Secretary Rubio will meet Syrian Foreign Minister Al-Shaiban in Turkey later this week. What are your expectations from this meeting?
Well, the president spoke to this. He spoke to his reasoning. He spoke to the fact that he wants to see the entire region thrive. We want to see peace and prosperity. When it comes to Syrian interim authorities, from this podium and elsewhere, we've communicated with them some of the actions that they should take for peace and prosperity, and we hope that they do take those actions. But the president has spoken to this in that speech a few hours ago, saying that this is about making sure we have a region that can thrive, a region for long-term peace and prosperity. Yes?
Yeah, I want to follow up about the Secretary Rubio's trip as well to the Middle East. So the importance, if you can elaborate a little more, although you did some, about the relationship between the U.S. and the Middle East and how important this relationship will be also to succeed through those countries like Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, to the peace talk in between Gaza and Israel, but also to stop Iran from nuclear weapons.
The president has spoken to this issue as well just a few hours ago. And he was talking about the fact that we can have great partnership with the Middle East. And we have, in many ways, already pursuing those common interests. And we want to see those common interests continue. I mentioned at the top here the $600 billion investment commitment from Saudi Arabia that was announced today. So that's just one example of the many ways that we have partnership with the Middle East pursuing common interests. And the president has been clear, both from the time of the last administration, his first visit to the region, talking about the things that we want to see. So there's a lot of opportunities in the Middle East. And again, like I said earlier, this is about a golden age for America, but we also have an opportunity to see a golden age for the Middle East and the benefits that would bring both the American people and the people in the Middle East. Yes? Sorry, in front of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Two quick questions, if I may. The first on Secretary Rubio's trip to the Middle East and the second one in Latin America. In a recent past, Secretary Rubio said that the U.S. will not engage anymore with Russians and Ukrainians if both countries do not show real commitment with a permanent ceasefire. How do U.S. diplomacy describe this momentum when both sides are ready to meet in Turkey with alongside Secretary Rubio?
Well, as the president has said, this is a critical opportunity to try to achieve that ceasefire and try to achieve that long peace. The president has been clear he wants to see those direct talks happen. And I think it's also important to remember that the president has brought us closer to peace when it comes to this conflict than in the years preceding him taking office. And that's a great credit to his leadership. So he wants to see those direct talks happen. This is a critical opportunity to achieve that ceasefire and then potentially achieve that long peace, ultimately with the goal of ending this conflict, as has been said so many times by President Trump, so many times by spokesperson Bruce. We want to see this conflict come to an end. That's what we want to see.
On Latin America, very quickly, officials from the U.S. and Brazil, they convened here in Washington, D.C. yesterday to discuss disarmament, and according to the State Department, they discussed, for example, arms control with Russia and China. If you could address this matter.
Nothing further to preview than what we've already said on this, so I refer you to those comments. And with that, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and see you on Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan?
They've been escorted. You do whatever you want. I told them to do this. The entrance? That's right there, yeah. The courthouse, right? Yeah, over there, the courthouse, right? Absolutely.
I had things to say.
What? Yours too? I mean, so this is a fan you're blowing out, and it's so great. Just watch it. It's like.
Dupuy, you get a good shot of me? Okay. You coming out?
That's why he was laughing. Because I didn't see you. Then I was like, wait, Sarah was like,
Hey, Lisa, don't worry. It's going to get better soon, okay?
You all right? Be careful, Lisa.
Lisa, that was upsetting testimony today. Do you have anything to say about Cassie's testimony? What was your reaction to the report today?
Hang in there, Lisa.
I'm gonna shoot with my iPad tomorrow. The way to get sent.
Non, j'ai souffert un peu la Je pense. Yeah, you can look online. You think it's no. Généralement, ils mettent moins de temps. Les zooms, ça rend. J'essaie de dézoomer mais très doucement. Là, t'es à la limite du surex. Aïe, aïe, aïe. C'est très... Oui, parce que c'est pas
Remember, the big that Quincy is not this one.
Et ça. Voilà. Non mais voilà. Et la Charmel. La la news spot, voilà, t'as claimé ton spot, c'est news. Merci pour cette journée. Merci à toi. Should we bike? Ouais, non. En fait, j'ai vu l'heure, j'étais là, oh merde. Ouais. Sauf si, après si on voit qu'il y a une manif par exemple, je sais pas si dans sur une manif c'est bien, ouais, c'est pas mal et puis en fait ça veut dire que les manifs ça laisse aussi quand même le temps aux gens pas en live, pouvoir un peu amplifier une manif en événement, surveiller un peu ce qui se passe et si tu vois qu'il y a un par là. Et puis je suis arrivée comme ça, et on est parti en ski.
All right, so she was carrying the gun in the spot.
All right. Once again, all I'm hearing about is will, respect, victory. What is it? Say we were grown people. It look like it's possible.
That's why you got comfort when I was taking notes on it as we talk about it. And I couldn't understand why you trying to look for discomfort.
Wait, you actually lean back?
Coffee says, like, no, I'm chilling.
Like he's on the beach. His eyes were back up?
Yeah.
You guys heard everything? You guys heard everything just now? You guys don't forget you got the whole going, everything. Don't forget to be
I didn't want to bother you.
I didn't see it. Every day, video real here. All the insiders are coming out.
Kennst du das von diesen australischen Schwestern?
Oh ja? Wow.
Yes, you apply. Right. Get with the program. Yes, get with the program. You get, as she said, her word to my state.
I remember years ago.
Alright, man. Well, he was here all day.
Yeah, stop
This I couldn't get out. They guys are enemy of the state? What's up? Your daughter's ready back up.
That's a huge umbrella. Yeah. The camera is to do the
kindness of Fox News today. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, the most important is the right.
Yeah.
But I hope it's over soon. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Darling.
Ouais. Voilà. I'm losing my shit. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. What? It means that you want to go for a swim. Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
The umbrella of it. This one,
Amazon.
Amazon.
making him rich. No, exactly. But DNA has it. The same company. No, that didn't be DNA has it. For you, when you use the monopoly card, they have like cheap
Like, that would be great if we all want to run without umbrella sticking out.
I like too. I like too. I do want to. Nobody knows that.
Right. Until.
It's for the wet.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, so the deal was, we go back and forth with this person.
Right, yeah. And even record more so they can be as well. Yeah.
Right now,
Huh?
49.
Okay, thank you.
49.
Thank you.
4.
yeah, what that would do.
Oh, that's not even going to help me much.
What's up, brother? You good?
Yeah, it's like all day. It's like all day. Like by the time you get
5 a.m. I wonder if that was thing. Stargaze by Nemo, N-E-M-O. R-E-I Garrison. They're not cheap. $2.70. It's one of the best pieces of gear I own. I mean, I'm out here for hours and days every year. And to be comfortable and be able, you know, it's so worth it. I didn't know that. I feel myself getting stupider each day I stay here. No. boyfriend's back. He's not going to want to be out drunk by no, today's our day. It's our turn. The marshal, so they haven't said no? Okay. That is something. That is for sure. That makes me want to just put soda on my roof. That would be huge. Ash. That's still charging? That was supposed to be down, right? Did it come back to life? Make sure you let him know through the camera.
Taking a look at the biggest movements in the post-conflict personnel, supermakers, and performance period, as a right of producer solar blocks.
All done.
Good to you.
What's that? Sorry.
I don't think so. No. And I can ask him why he left. No, we left. Yeah, we left. Yeah. Right. We're done. Right. Yeah, okay. I got it. Right. And then also, he was saying that his name is not on the approval. Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Producer. Okay. All right. Okay. Hopefully, thanks. Especially today, it's like crazy cold. All in all, that means that, and then I'll tell you something very strange about when I get coffee. Yeah? Nothing to okay, all right. Okay, that's it for me. So, I have a question. Foreigners. So, this one, yesterday, he was 6:15. So, why do I ask this one around 7?
over the head and he fought with it. Look. This is not basically green jacket. I don't mind getting wet. That's why whether her water broke or if somebody, I mean, there are many cases going on, maybe somebody just...
It started yesterday. It's going on now, yeah. Is it? Can I go inside and watch it?
You could go through the front and go through the hearing aids.
Yeah. But do you have to be on a list or something? How do you go through the front?
You follow this door and this.
Okay, yeah.
the family name? The family. Where do you want to go to, doctor? I have a suggestion for you. Take out all the metal phones and put it over there. Go in from there. They will check you. Say when you want to use the bathroom and the press. They let you. Then other thing is to go Yeah, show it to them, and that's okay. Exactly. I think we know more about each other's lives than spouses do.
Not go that far. I'm sorry. I love you.
In the sense that, we talk about intimate stuff, but we don't get all of it. Oh, yeah. I think if you are here with us for the next 8 weeks, we will know a lot more about you. another one because you're bored. Try hard. You need a girl. While you were here with two weird guys, what's your husband? Throw your camera away. You know how have you seen Lady Gaga or those people playing the second, the fifth, Did you sing? English or French? God some and said, you know, that's a bad way. Yeah, that's a wrong, you know what? A good way to be. That's the way with girls. That was very successful. You know, I number one or number two, I can cook Filipino, I can cook Thai dishes, or 4 Indian, Pakistani dishes.
That's it. 2 hours in a day as a regular day. That's it. You know how to use it?
Yeah.
What time is it? Let me help you. Let me take it. Oh, it's okay. Because we need to do
French terms I could get if I put it so Canadian call it goulash. No, not goulash. No, not goulash. What is beef bourguignon. Yeah. But the thing is, Pakistani spices in it, we cannot call it that. So I can call it. Takes too much time. I don't have the place. So if I do, if I keep doing it, so go to a restaurant.
I would not ask for it. Just I will stay here.
You know when you take the bus to LaGuardia Airport, there's a place called Langar. I have been there. LA. cost, you know, that's it. Even?
No, I just got back.
Oh.
I left and I come back to work again.
She had a baby inside.
I'm kidding, but you know, 2 paramedics, you know, ambulance, they went there. I don't want to say no.
Have a baby now.
That would be the deadline tomorrow. So what happened at the today? Sorry, not the Weinstein.
Oh, Weinstein. No, like nothing. This is where the psychiatrist girls. Nothing else. There's nothing major. I like these people.
The way to get much in New York is can get D&H back. Even if you're getting a sandwich in it, they will bug you.
I'm going to interview you. And he was like, see you back. Yeah, I didn't want to Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like if you're not allowed
I'm kicking people out of the pen. You don't have to start these kicking. They have to go. I've been kicking people out. Yeah, they don't care about their face. I don't care about it at all. Yeah, this doesn't bother me. Don't care. Yeah, it's like yeah. I'm not here to be on your feed. Don't ask me questions. Because they don't understand how, like, they were, as the kids got upstairs, definitely, right there in the middle of the day, himself. Yeah, then the marshals are watching them, and the cameras, when they come across the street, it's like they're displaying press. I am. I'm working with Ed Freeland. I am the photographer liaison for my PPA, so it's got to get easier. But you can't use it. not going to be utilizing this. If they're not used, that's different from your Facebook. So, but they don't. They say ridiculous things. Conspiracy theorists, like they
look different too. So that a police officer or court officer. What is the development?
We're still fighting. That's Todd's thing, but Todd should never been the worst person. Yeah, I like Todd, I love him, I think he's a great guy. But his reaction to everything is let's sue. Let's sue. Blah, blah, blah. Write us right now.
At this time, the Africans say when your head is in a lion's mouth, you don't hit the lion with the head. So, at this point, hey, our head is in my BB's mouth like this. You sue them, you hit, come on, whose head is going to be chopped?
Yeah, so we are making. And again, it's not our goal to drop them out of business. They have different goals. Yeah, exactly. An influencer is only a person who has a certain amount of followers that advertises feel they can influence people to buy their products. That's all that is.
I love you, but you can't influence me to buy a jacket that I don't like. Go to REI. Yeah, that's where I go. No. I answered your query. I didn't say go buy it.
And also, try and buy it, and
Yeah, that is.
It's almost you're a salesperson. That's what that is. You're a salesperson.
You see, that's why I buy old lady shirts. I refuse to buy this Kenneth Cole, this big T-shirt they put Kenneth Cole. I'm not advertising Kenneth Cole. I'm not buying a T-shirt with Ralph Lauren's big logo on it. No. You pay me to wear that, I will. But if I have to spend, if I got to spend my own money, sorry. Your horse does not get displayed such size.
Yeah, that's all influence is. Influence is just different tools. They don't want to like call on salesperson. Yeah, answers exactly. The couple way salesperson.
I think coupled with ladies, I would give this more credit to the tell you something fun. I have reached an optimum level of followers on Instagram. No, not on Twitter. And it doesn't budge over the years. It will go up, I will say something, piss somebody off, and they will unfriend me or whatever. And somebody else will like it, and then they will friend. So that level stays. So I cannot have an existence today. You have to have a long time.
There's money in everything. Over? I won't be in the criminal court. What happened to Curtis? I heard him, well, you got some money and he gives me.
We are all married, but
Does he have a freak off now?
Any single guy, they should pursue a Chapo's wife. She's the only one who goes with the missing $3 billion off. She's not that time. She's not. She's smart. Huh? It's fine. Yeah. He's enjoying life, partying in Italy and everything. As long as he keeps her mouth shut, nobody's going to know.
First year after her personal relationship with Sean Combs began, that they'd last from 1 to 4 days. It was almost always her having sex with a male sex worker while Combs watched. Sometimes he would get involved and participate. There was a lot of testimony about baby oil. He had a thing about baby oil. It all started with baby oil massages. He would be involved with it, and she would have to end up eventually booking these male escorts under the name Jackie Starr. That was her code name, her pseudonym, to get them to come to these freak-offs, which were happening with such regularity that she felt totally degraded, and she felt that's all she was good for.
Did you notice his demeanor while she was testifying?
Yeah, there was one point where Combs was kind of shaking his head a little bit, and then one of his attorneys put his hand on his shoulder, basically like, just calm down. But I think the thing that was really important today was yesterday we saw his 3 daughters walk out when the escort talked about the sex escapades that were going on and the freak-offs. His entire family was there today, all the adult children, the sons, and those 3 girls who had to leave the court yesterday because they were apparently so upset by that very disturbing testimony that we all heard, Steph.
So this testimony, Cassie, we learned a bit about her life, at least this section of her life. What did she say that kind of painted that picture?
Well, she said when she first met Combs, she was on a high because she had, a 10-album record deal with Bad Boy Records, which was the hottest label at the time. But it quickly became clear that he was interested in her personally. Their personal relationship developed, and basically he and his staff took control over every aspect of her life in terms of her finances, in terms of where she lived, and she was constantly trying to please him. She was asked by the prosecutor, why did you stay with him for these freak-offs? And she said, I just wanted to make him happy. That's all I cared about. And she said, I was young and confused, and there was a lot of drug use going on there.
The allegations are really that he used his power to orchestrate this whole thing. That's what they're arguing, essentially.
Well, exactly. And it was also key. There was a lot of detailed testimony about the involvement of his 3 personal assistants as well as his bodyguards, because that is key to the government's case to show that this was an enterprise, that this was a criminal enterprise. And so they clearly established that today, Steph.
Lisa Evers in the courtroom for us. We're going to throw it back to you inside, Natasha and Steve.
Yeah.
I know, I see it in your eyes. You look at it, I'm like, oh, I feel it immediately. For like 3 hours, so like I came out and I'm like my eyes are like, I feel like are bulging and I did a noon, 5 to 5:30. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But all different, you know, different angles.
I want everybody to know. If P. Diddy doesn't walk out of here free, man, I'm the only one that's looking stupid. But when he does walk out of here free, man, I'm the only one that's claiming responsibility for his freedom. It wasn't his attorney. It was me. From outside the building. Yeah. I'll be the only one that looks stupid, and I'll be the only one that he should be thanking when he walks out of here a free man. I'm the only one that will look stupid if Sean Combs is found guilty. But when he walks out of the courtroom, I'm the only one that he should be thanking. Me. Because ain't nobody else said
sir.
Unfortunately, I wish you could, but it's... Mom, speak with
That's what I think you apply. Maybe the cost of living right now. Oh yeah? Okay, so lower areas.
Well, you need to clear the center. Clear the center.
Fancy, I just don't want to get in the way.
Okay. Okay. Here we go.
But I'm not the judge.
Hold up, yo, man. Let me see that. Gotta get to know each other. Hopefully they're all wide enough to get down.
Sorry for no advance notice, but it's that kind of day. Hey everybody, I'm here outside 500 Pearl Street, which is a federal court here in Lower Manhattan, Southern District of New York. And I was in court today for the trial of Sean Diddy Combs, and very dramatic day in court, raising a lot of questions, very powerful testimony by his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. She took the stand. She's about at least 8 months pregnant, got up there on the stand and started to detail very calmly, very methodically, without any malice in her voice and without any kind of snide undertones that some people might have expected to hear from her. She detailed the beginning of her relationship with Sean Combs, which was when she was 19. She first met him. She was looking forward to having a recording career with him. She actually signed a 10-album deal with Bad Boy Records, his label, and she thought she was on her way to stardom at that point. Instead, what evolved was a personal relationship where he came on to her. She got involved with him personally, and then soon after they were intimate, she says these freak-offs began. And we've heard a lot of talk in the media about what these freak-offs are, but I want to explain it to you, and it might be a little disturbing and triggering for some people, so I'm just giving you that in advance, but I'll try to be as delicate about it but as accurate as possible. So basically what would happen with these freak-offs, the first one happened in New York City, and basically there would be a man who would be hired. In this first case, it was a male stripper who also worked as an escort. The male stripper would have, or escort, would have sex with Cassie while Combs was in the room in the corner. Now, the first time that they did it, she said that Combs was wearing a white bathrobe, he had a baseball hat on, he had a red bandana covering the lower part of his face, and that he was sitting there in the corner because he didn't want the escort apparently to see who he was. Cassie was dressed in red lingerie. She had red platform pumps, like stripper type of shoes. She was wearing a red wig and sunglasses because she didn't want the escort to, to walk away or to identify her until they knew that this person would keep their secrets with them. So they proceeded to have sex. She proceeded to have sex with him. Combs, all the while, sitting back and giving directions as to what should happen. So he first instructed them to massage each other with baby oil. She later testified today, this afternoon, that there were about 10 large bottles of baby oil that were used in every one of these freak-offs, which would last anywhere from 1 to 4 days. And usually the participants would be Cassie, a male sex worker, having sex with her, somebody that she was told to hire. She would do the actual bookings from these escort platforms and escort apps and escort websites, and she would be the one that would actually hire the escort to come in there. And then depending upon whether or not he liked the performance, Combs would pay the escort anywhere from $150, but if it went on for multiple days, the escort would be paid up to about $6,000 or $7,000 in cash. So she said that these started off, and why would she do something like that? She said she was young and naive. That's a question a lot of people were asking. The prosecutor asked her that directly. Why would you do this? And she said, because I was young and naive and I wanted to make him happy, and I knew that this made him happy. But she said over time, and now we're talking about years, they were doing these freak-offs in a lot of different places, New York, Los Angeles, Miami, Las Vegas, and there got to be a handful of these male sex workers that were the ones who were their favorites and who they trusted. So she said that it became more and more degrading. There were degrading things done to her. She said that the baby oil, Combs insisted that their bodies always be glistening, and to keep this glisten going, they had to heat up the baby oil. They would run it under hot water so that the baby oil would be warm when they put it on their bodies. She said freak-off supplies included lots of candles, the baby oil, of course, and then special outfits for her, these very sexy lingerie outfits, stripper-type outfits, which she would purchase at Pleasure Chest in Los Angeles or the Hustler store there. And then she described how the relationship devolved, and that her music career was not going anywhere, to endure the just the humiliation, which was her word, of these freak offs, which you can imagine, and the dehumanization of them. She had to take drugs, she said, in order to just get through it and to be able to get through it, because if she didn't get through it, she feared what would happen. What would happen was a beating from Combs, according to her, and she outlined some of the injuries that she sustained when he was displeased with her. Busted eyes, black eyes, swollen lip, a broken lip, cuts on her lip, and a lot of hits to her head. And he seemed fond of one thing that we saw in that horrific video from the Intercontinental Hotel in LA with the beating was dragging her by her hair into different places. And so a lot of times he would watch, he would direct every move, he would tell the escort what he wanted him to do to Cassie, he would tell Cassie what to do, he would tell them, oh, you need more baby oil, and then they would have to do that. So there was a lot of direction constantly from Combs, which of course is very key to the case that the prosecutors are trying to bring, because according to the legal experts that I've talked to, are very familiar with federal law and actually have tried cases in these courtrooms here at federal court. They say they have to prove, for the trafficking, for the RICO part of it, they have to prove that there was coercion, that she was forced into doing this. Because one of the big questions that a lot of people had when we first started to learn details about this case was, if she was coerced, if she was forced, why did she stay with him for so long? And she said she was, she was actually in love with him, that when he was nice, he was charming, and of course he was also, at the time that she was with him, he was at the height of his career. Basically, I mean, he had the Sean John clothing line going, Revolt TV was starting, he was hosting the MTV Video Music Awards, there were a lot of big things, he was getting Grammy nominations, there was a lot going on for him career-wise, he was being hugely successful, even a Broadway appearance, and then of course running the New York City Marathon to raise money for education in under-resourced communities. So she was meeting, she was involved with him at this very, very prominent time in his life where a lot was going on and a lot of attention was on him, and it seemed as if he could do no wrong. Of course, now we found out that was an image, and now we're finding out more about what the reality is for her. Now, while she was on the stand, as I said, she's estimated to be like 8 or 8.5 months pregnant. She was rubbing her stomach, rubbing her belly the way pregnant women do, or they just touch their stomach when you just touch your stomach when you're pregnant, and just kind of like to feel that heartbeat or feel that movement of that baby that you're carrying. And so she was doing that. A couple of times during the testimony, she reached for tissues because she was getting emotional. Tears were coming to her eye. At one point, she really did get choked up and had to stop for a moment or two, but the prosecutor kept on relentlessly. And then also she was asked to describe her daily life. Her daily life was basically being all centered around Combs and around making him happy and doing whatever he wanted her to do so that he would not hit her, would not beat her up, or would not punish her. This was the term that she used, this word punishing. And that when he was upset with her, Combs or his bodyguards would take her phones away, take her phone away, take her laptop away, so that she couldn't communicate or do anything. And that he insisted that she be the one to actually book these male escorts. So on all of the transactions, it's her credit card, it's her, her name. She's the one that's actually booking this. But another key piece of the case kind of emerged today of how the prosecution is going to weave this story of racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation across state lines for prostitution. They're basically laying the groundwork for this sweeping RICO case that if Combs is found guilty, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. He's currently 55 years old. And then what is happening was, she said that his three bodyguards, there were 3 or 4 main bodyguards that were always with him, driving her, that would do whatever he wanted them to do. She testified about how one time he put a gun in her purse because they were going into downtown LA for an event that she was hosting, and she felt very nervous about that. She testified about these bodyguards basically doing whatever he asked them to do. And then also there were these assistants. One assistant, she said, would take care of the money, would give her money, and that by a certain period of time, you know, after that first year with him, he was controlling, he or his business, his employees of Bad Boy Worldwide were actually controlling every single aspect of her life. So she can't, I mean, I have to give her credit for maintaining her composure throughout, because she's looking across that courtroom. Combs is feet away from her at the table with the defense. His 6 oldest kids, not Baby Love, because Baby Love's too little, but his 6 oldest kids are there in the courtroom. His mother is in the courtroom. There's some Combs supporters who are there. A lot of media from all over the world. She maintained her composure. She maintained her dignity, but she stayed very factual and almost in some cases matter of fact, describing how these things were going. And she said he really had a thing for baby oil. At one point, he had a pop-up pool, like a little pop-up kiddie pool set up in one of the hotels, and had it filled with baby oil, which he wanted her to go into in her heels and in her clothes, which is just unthinkable, some of these things that were going on. But the abuse, the degradation, you know, putting body fluids in her mouth and that type of thing, him and the male escort on various occasions. And she said she reached a certain point where she felt really, really worthless. And that was just so very sad, because you got a sense of just this extreme fatigue she must have felt, this powerlessness, and just this tremendous, just almost prison, you know. And it's ironic, because at the time that they were together, you know, when they emerged as a public couple, it looked very glamorous. She's a stunningly gorgeous woman. He was always dressed to the nines and had all kinds of jewelry. We'd see them on red carpets. We'd see them at these A-list events. And then behind closed doors, it was basically a living hell for her and a real nightmare. But that's the latest here. The family just left the courtroom a short time ago, so the media crowd here is pretty much thinned out. I have a couple more assignments I have to do for Fox 5 News here in New York, which you can watch anywhere in the United States on the Fox Local New York app on your phone. I would suggest you get it, because you can see all our stuff live. You can see my Street Soldier shows on Friday night. Please follow me on Instagram, Lisa Evers Blue Check Official, X Lisa Evers Blue Check Official, and on TikTok, Lisa Evers Live. So have a great day. That's the latest here from federal court. I'm Lisa Evers reporting for Fox 5 News, and we'll be keeping you posted throughout this whole thing. Take care.
No worries. I got plenty to do.
That's mine.
Everything?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, right at the pumpkin.
Hello.
Do we have vinegar?
Definitely have balsamic vinegar in the house. What's it for?
I'm putting it on.
Hold on, you're putting it on what? It would be in the go to the window, and go to the left. The one that has to your left. And tall one. Bottom shelf. We have balsamic vinegar. We don't have it. It's sweeter. You made great kale chips last night. I loved it. FYI. You did it last night beautifully when you asked me to. Good job. Bye, love.
Oh, no, but they're all out.
They're all out?
Yeah, it's all done.
Cassie, does she look into a different exit?
I think so, because she didn't come into this entrance either.
Yeah.
But did Cassie arrive here?
From here? No, not from here, no.
Not from here.
No, not this one.
Because I saw pictures. But you know from where it was? We don't know if she's name, she's inside.
Probably not. At this point, no.
You think so?
Unless you get too bored.
Oh, definitely not Diddy.
Either one of them. She's going to get the other.
Yeah, right. She's also pregnant though.
I'm just trying to save you wasting your time if that's all you're looking for.
Oh no, actually I was looking for the family and Cassie.
Let's see the family.
Oh, I already saw them. Yeah. Right? Yeah, nobody was saying.
They're not going to say it.
Charges quick. Yep.
For every freak-off session, she says Combs was controlling every detail and had her book the male escorts under a pseudonym which she used, which was Jackie Starr. Now, Combs' entire family was in court for this. Yesterday, excuse me, the allergy thing here. Combs' entire family was in court today. The three daughters that were out, that walked out of the courtroom yesterday during the graphic testimony of the male sex worker, we're back in court there with the entire family today. So his 6 oldest children, along with his mother and other family supporters, were there to support Sean Combs. Now, Cassie's testimony is expected to continue tomorrow. She talked about how at times she felt completely demoralized by what was going on. She felt worthless, and the only way she could get through these freak-offs was by using these drugs like ecstasy, mushrooms, and cocaine. Just very, very sad, but she maintained her dignity throughout the whole thing. Even when she got very emotional, she got right back on track, answering the prosecution's questions. And when asked why she didn't leave with all of these horrific things going on, she says, "I was young and naive, and I loved him, and I wanted to make him happy." That's the latest here from federal court. Back to you in the studio.